covering North Florida and South Georgia. This is Clouds weather. Good Friday evening, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud coming in the air with cloud weather at 5:30. Giving you guys the latest here on the weather situation across the area. I know I'm sitting down tonight just in case we start getting some more warnings here toward our area. I know we have those area high school football games, the Jacksonville Jaguars preseason game coming up here in just a little bit against Carolina. They're at Everbank Stadium in Duval County. So we're going to be just watching the overall situation here. As things, evolve, just in case, we get some more warnings. But even if we don't, we're going to have to watch out for some of that lightning there, because any lightning with some of these high school football games can be very problematic, obviously, in terms of the overall storyline. So just have to be very cognizant here with the overall scenario. Right now, not a lot going on in toward our coverage area, and we have some advisories on the periphery. We had a warning just north of the area that expired right before our broadcast here as we were looking, literally bordering our area, but that's up towards southwest Georgia. I'll go ahead and loop it here over the last 15 minutes or so. We'll kind of look back at some of that. You see there's yellow box, type of alerts here on the screen. This one here went away. We had one to the west come back in, so we still got to be vigilant here. The models are not handling things great, I know. I was going to post maybe a model there earlier for Facebook and for Twitter/X, but the models here, they're not picking up on what's going on currently very well. So if they're not picking up on what is going on now, it's hard to, kind of forecast for later. My best, a forecast would be that, maybe more of our areas north of I-10 would have the bigger impacts here than south of I-10. But again, just can't really, know for sure here in this pattern. The models have had some issues here lately, to be completely honest. There's our I-10 indicator. So just so you guys know what I'm talking about there. As we look Tallahassee there up toward areas there around McClenny, Jacksonville, I-10 northward, looking at the overall situation there where things could, be a little bit more on the inclement side here for area football games. I mean, a Jags game right on the edge of that, obviously, there at the stadium in toward Jacksonville. So again, just kind of trying to give you guys the very latest to the best I can on this Friday evening. It's finally Friday, so that's so exciting for everybody out there as we're looking at things. Let me see if there's any questions, comments here on this Friday. It looks like we have some folks watching here. Fire Larry Trains tuning on in, wondering about what Bainbridge has in store for this evening. I'll get into that here in just a moment. Top Cat watching. Jason Peters Rail Adventures tuning in as well. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in here on this Friday evening as we go ahead and look here off toward our western zones right now. Let's go ahead and zoom in on the Doppler. I know in toward Bainbridge, you guys are under, at least part of town, under a significant weather advisory. So let's go ahead and look there till 6 p.m. We're watching the Axon there on the Doppler right now. Let me go ahead and get the information from the special weather statement in terms of some of the speed and the overall tracking details. They issued this right before it came on there. Wind gusts up to 40. The weather service in Tallahassee I'm talking about, they're saying wind gusts up to 40 there possible as we're looking there through about 6 o'clock. But again, that threat could be after 6 even for parts of Bainbridge as we're looking at the overall meteorological picture. So we're talking about southeast at 30 miles an hour, the overall movement here with the situation. So again, southeast there at 30 miles an hour. Let's just kind of change some things up here, and that I'm going to go ahead and get our track information on in. I'll use our TOA tool, in fact. So the storm velocity, we're going at 30 miles an hour. So let's go ahead and we'll look at the motion on this one more time. Just to make sure, that, if I need to go a little bit more southeasterly or more east southeasterly, something like that. It looks like, I think southeast works pretty good here with this in general as we kind of monitor the overall situation. So 30 miles an hour, that storyline. So, getting toward Bainbridge, this says 6:30. I mean, it could be more that we have some of this come in, which is, closer here towards 610. Again, it's not perfect here, because the movement, the angles, the degree angle can be a little bit tricky sometimes, but you kind of get the idea. Somewhere between 6 and 6:30 probably is when Bainbridge will get into some other storminess there as we're looking toward Decatur County. This should make its way in there ultimately as we're looking at the overall scenario. So Just kind of, we'll loop this here and just watch the overall motion together here. And you can kind of see, I know the advisory goes to 6, but then that'll probably get extended here at least if we don't have something, that intensifies, and we could get a yellow box and we have to stick with that. But, a yellow box west of our area in Alabama, around Ozark, Alabama. But, that's not our area, of course. But as we kind of look here, at the overall information. Let's go to velocity here. You see quite a bit of winds here just north of the area west of Sylvester. There's been some different reports here north of the area. Some tree limbs reported down based on some NPN reports there as we were looking around 516 around the Sales City area. That's just north of our covered area as we're looking at the overall situation. So again, just trying to be very mindful of things here. I know there's a warning, west of the area, way in the Florida Panhandle there. I know the Tallahassee radar, we do have those feeds now coming back through there. Here are the current feeds. So that's good that that's working again for us here with the overall motion. With high school football being involved, we got to be really pinpointing things the best we can, even with lightning. I'll probably at least keep a radar stream up this evening for the different football games if we don't have to actually be on for warnings, or, if the Jaguar game gets delayed, we'll have to be on, of course. So we'll just kind of play it by ear here. That preseason game starting here at, I believe it's 7 o'clock. Let me double check there. I know the high school games, a lot of them start at 7:30 here. Yeah, 7:30 actually for the Jaguars game against Carolina Jacksonville at 7:30 tonight. So that's kind of the storyline there, as I, want to make sure we get all that information right there. As maybe you're headed out to the stadium there, if you're right there in toward Jacksonville, maybe still time. But if you're further away, it may, might be kind of cutting it close here. I know there's reduced capacity, some different changes here this year. Because of the stadium construction toward Jacksonville, toward Duval County. So, again, just got to be really cognizant there as we're looking at the overall situation. I'm looking at my alert board right now, just kind of keeping you guys informed here, trying to keep you guys up to date on the overall latest information. I know we do have, these advisories here. Again, Bainbridge 6 to 6:30 time frame. Let me check the other questions, comments, make sure I'm not missing anything there. I see there's a warning south of us now, too, but let me just make sure I'm not missing anything over here. So, a Top Cat watching, Jason Peter Real Adventures watching, Narrow watching as well. Just appreciate the viewership here on this Friday evening. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in here and trusting me as I try to give you guys the latest. There is a warning here as we look at our map that, we have some different indicators on for like Telfair County. Our viewing circle as we look. I know it used to start further back out toward like Douglas, but we shifted things around here earlier this year with that, but as we, want to focus on the 38 counties. But our viewing circle starts up here, as I kind of draw this on in. So, of course, we're, Brantley and Pierce County below this line, Ware County. We just got a warning. I'll look at that. But this is kind of how, our viewing circle is defined here, not covering north of that line per se, but south of yarn. I could draw it back out in here. I mean, it includes, areas out here as well as we look at the mapping. That's Clinch County. This is Lanier County there. That's Lowndes. This is Eccles. You kind of get the idea as we're looking at the overall information. So, again, just trying to give you the latest. We're getting some warnings just north of the area now here. This is Atkinson County, where we used to cover, as well as Coffee County there until 6:15. That's not in our area, but let's check the speed and motion east at 15 miles an hour, because that could end up getting it into Ware County here then, as we look here in just a little bit. So that just got a warning as we're seeing some different elements come together meteorologically, have different, boundaries sometimes that come together here as we look off the Valdosta radar site. So just got to be very cognizant, very careful here as we're watching things. I know looking here, looking at the overall latest, you can see some wind energy around Willacoochee there. And again, movement is east according to the Weather Service in Jacksonville. So, and they cover this area out here. Tallahassee covers further back, but looking like it's moving, pretty east, compared to, much south movement. There's not much of that at all. It looks pretty much due east there. I mean, we're almost in a little northerly component with our algorithm. So east at 15 with this, there's some different movements here are going to make things tricky. That's why I was kind of, I thought about posting a model image. I said it better not, because that's just going to confuse everybody, because I know it's not going to be like that exactly. It may not even be close. The models have not handled things good at all. So let's go ahead and look here at the storm velocity 15. So we just have to watch the radar trends. Make sure you download that Cloudweather app, because you can get lightning alerts. If lightning's within 15 miles, it'll alert you there. You can download that. I mean, You just download it there in the Google Play Store there. Clouds Weather is how it's listed. The Apple App Store there, KC Cloud Weather. I mean, you don't even have to just send pictures of storm issues. I mean, if you're going out to the high school football games tonight, just snap a photo, maybe of a nice sunset in a few spots or something like that and send it to me there at one of the high school football games. You can do that directly through the Cloud Weather app. So, in the Cloud Weather app there's a way to send photos and videos here to me. It's listed as Clouds Weather there, in the Google Play Store. If you download that, it's a free weather app and listed as KC Cloud Weather in the Apple App Store. So again, just do that there, and I'll be featuring those here as we look ahead toward the timeline. So just something to, bear in mind. There's something to be excited about here, hopefully, and not have to worry about the storms for some of you. Some of you have the better weather situation. Some of you guys, unfortunately, won't here. As we're looking at the overall situation. So again, for tonight, at those games, send a picture, of, the sunset, or maybe even just, you can just really, just anything there that's, of interest here, you think, to me in terms of the weather situation. Just go ahead and send a photo there my way. Maybe we'll get lucky of a rainbow or something toward one of the games, as we're looking out that way. I know FSU baseball a couple years ago in the regional had a nice rainbow there at that back in 2024. So that's exciting. That was exciting. I'm looking here on my alert board, just checking to make sure I'm, just making sure I'm not missing anything. But make sure you download that Clutter app. It gives you lightning alerts, severe weather alerts here. It's free. It's in the Google Play Store, the Apple App Store. If I'm live with a stream, whether it's just a radar stream or, if I'm actually talking with Severe, or if we have like the Jaguar game delayed, if there's just a lot going on, I may even just jump on a little bit, extra tonight here, just in case even if we don't have warnings, if there's a lot with delays and lightning going on here, maybe toward Bradford County or something, where I'm at, we have that game there, as we're playing, the team down from Marion County coming on up here tonight. So that's exciting in terms of all that. But just continuing to watch everything here for you. You can watch the live stream in that app there as well. It is free to download. And, we're watching this storm watch. So another note I need to make before we get too long in here, we're not going to have a formal show on Monday. The weather's going to calm down some towards Sunday and Monday. So, I'll still post something on Facebook there. If I don't have to go on, if there's any severe weather, we'll still break in. There could be a road warning or something Sunday, Monday, but the chances are lower. And, just a little bit of a break there from the, 5:30. So for one day, then don't go anywhere. I'll be back on Tuesday with that. And of course, if there's any warnings, we'll be here with you to guide you through them on, the YouTube channel, the Facebook channel, the, Twitter page there. Facebook page really more than, I guess, a channel, but you kind of get the idea there as we're looking at the overall scenario with all that. But this storm here, we're looking at some of that movement here east at about 15 miles an hour. We also have a area there. I know in Mitchell County, we talked about the tree limbs. We had a gust of 46 there, earlier on too, but east at 15 miles an hour. So we have this storm velocity here set at 15. So let's go ahead and kind of, we're going to go ahead and kind of measure this on out a little bit here. You see what I'm talking about with this. And then we're going to I'll zoom out a little bit more so you can see Waycross a little bit better. And then we'll go at 15. So this, it's going really slow with this. We'll see. I think it'll be in the Ware County before that benchmark there, but maybe more like 6:30 or something like that. But hopefully it won't be severe by then, but it could be. We'll be watching the situation here very carefully. But I'm going to go ahead and get into the formal show here in just a moment. You see a severe thunderstorm watch well to the north there and toward the Carolina region. All these severe warnings there, like west of Statesboro there, Savannah TV market area. As we're looking, more of them getting added as I speak there as we look up that way. But, our radar picture not overly, active right now, but the model, I don't know if they're handling things that great. So it may fill in a little bit more than what, some of the models are showing here as we're looking at the overall scenario. So let me see if there's any more questions, comments here on this. Finally, Friday, just appreciate everybody tuning in. We have Thomas watching right now there. As we look toward, they're watching our North Florida, South Georgia coverage from Southern Illinois / the St. Louis Metro. Just appreciate all the viewership we have. Looks like 15 watching right now on YouTube. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in here and trusting me. If you're watching, just say, where you're watching from if you want to, and I'll give you a shout out here on the broadcast on this Friday evening. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in here and trusting me, though, as we go ahead and we'll get into the formal show now. as we go ahead, and watch things very carefully with the overall meteorological picture. We're just trying to be very mindful here of things. And let's take a look here. We do have that severe wind outlook. Still a little bit of that toward the coast here. I know I'm sitting down tonight just in case we get more warnings. So going to turn a little bit different, just in case we have to go hour by hour, because it's hard for me to switch this up here. After I've been on for a while here, I can't really change the camera heights and stuff when I'm on, so it's easier just to go ahead and decide one way or the other. I haven't done it like this too much, but just keeping you guys updated here, looking at the overall information on the board here. Our severe thunderstorm warning information. I see the Charleston office issued a warning. I think we saw that one pop up together there a moment ago, but. Just sitting. Nothing's wrong with me. I'm just sitting down here though, because it's just a little bit easier tonight here at the wall. Just trying to keep you guys up to date here on things with the overall meteorological storyline. I'm a little tired. It's been a long week, but other than that, as we go ahead and look here toward, a 5% wind risk here toward Jacksonville, St. Mary's, Brunswick, we have this across the Waycross and Homerville, right Asta there. Saw Thomasville, Bainbridge in that, marginal risk for severe weather. I know we've been really busy this week because with Tuesday we had all that damage there. The high school had to be closed for a couple of days. The Roard Lake Butler with all that damage. I mean, we were on Wednesday with it some mornings, well into the evening. Last night we were on for a while as well. So hopefully we don't have a fourth day of all that. We didn't have much on Monday and we were good last weekend, which is great to see. But hopefully we don't have repeat with high school football. Even if it's not as active in terms of warnings, we got to be really careful. We got to be really vigilant here in terms of the overall scenario as we're all looking at things overall here in terms of everything coming together meteorologically. Going to see if there's any questions, comments, or just, maybe folks, tell me where they're watching from here on this Friday evening. I don't see any right now, but just appreciate everybody tuning on in here. Looks like, 13 are watching right now in terms of the overall situation. So let me go ahead and kind of look through here in terms of the overall temperature so far for today. 90 degrees in terms of, areas that are around Jacksonville, and 93 towards Stark. As we're updating you, that's how hot we got. We're down to 90 here east of Stark on my thermometer right now. We have 94 there toward Tallahassee, 95 toward Brunswick there as we're looking at the overall situation. Just trying to be very mindful here of it's didn't get quite as hot. We had the heat advisory go away early here toward the east today, which was good to see. Let's see if Tallahassee ended up getting rid of theirs, but the Jacksonville office dropped theirs early because we weren't getting quite as high those heat index values as we're looking at things. So again, just trying to keep everybody safe and informed here. Just trying to be very mindful with the overall meteorological picture. So again, a temperature wise right now though, 93 toward Tallahassee. 90 there toward Perry, 91 Stark, as, again, has dropped in general. I mean, I have 90 here east of town, but, still pretty warm in some of those different locations here as we look towards some of our different spots. I mean, I'll kind of try to say here, we have St. Augustine on the board, and then, Palm Coast there, 86, as we're kind of looking at things right now with the overall views. So. Again, just to try, I guess I could have just dragged the map over, but you kind of get the idea here on this Friday evening, just trying to keep you guys informed here on the very latest. And then as we're looking here in terms of just the overall storyline with those heat index values, it's still, hot. I mean, if you're out and about, it's still hot. It's just not quite as bad as it otherwise could be here. Otherwise could be as we're looking at everything with the different elements come together here. You have 106 toward Tallahassee is what it feels like right now in toward Leon County there, 100 toward Homerville, 100 toward Thomasville, 97 toward Homerville as I'm looking at everything in the weather center. So, and then we go ahead and look at the dew points here right now. I know just watching everything here in terms of that. I'll put it up on the screen here so I can, make sure I give you guys the correct information with that. 76 toward Tallahassee. Again, it is muggy. It is oppressive out there, in terms of just these humidity values here for sure as we're looking at the very latest. And then 113, the road temperature toward Tallahassee. It's not as bad as it's been some days, but it's still dangerous. That pavement still, can burn your feet up potentially. I mean, it can impact your animals' feet, things along those lines. So again, that's something to consider for sure as we're looking at the very latest information. And then those rain chances here are going down after tomorrow. We have 60% tomorrow, but only 30% on Sunday, 20% on Monday there. You can see Tuesday through Friday there, they're going back up some, but we'll have to, reevaluate each of those days. I mean, we're only, we're one more day on the 7th day away from FSU football getting going. That's exciting there against New Mexico State. I hope it's exciting for FSU because my Seminoles there, I hate to be sarcastic about it, but it hadn't gone too well the last couple of years. And, things have gone south pretty quick. So let's hope this year is a better year for the football team and for our Gator fans down there. Hopefully, I think they'll be improved as well. They have, I think, going to be a good coach for them down there in Gainesville. I'm a Seminole, but I think their coach is going to really do a good job down there in Gainesville, trying to turn things around down there at the University of Florida. As we go ahead and look here, those storms could impact local football, the Jaguar game, the high school football game. This is the European model, which I used it on here because the other models have been just so wishy-washy. Just really kind of, really kind of iffy here on the overall situation in terms of the meteorological elements here. Just kind of tricky in terms of the overall details. So, if there's any questions, comments here right now, just appreciate everybody tuning on in here on this Friday evening. Here, we're going to go ahead and look now at some more details in terms of the European rainfall forecast there through Wednesday. We'll talk about areas there, maybe around Brunswick, maybe edging up a little bit more. It shows about 1.5 inches though overall. Maybe a spot just north of there a little bit more even. You see that kind of stands out, but some spots not too much. To the weekend, I had it up, I changed this to get through part of next week on here, but when I had this up through the weekend, there's a situation where we only ended up having a scenario there where we were getting pretty minuscule amounts here, especially, after tonight and then tomorrow. Sunday's looking, drier. Monday's looking pretty dry there as we're looking, but then we'll start to see those rain chances increase here as we look ahead in the timeline in general. Granted, the models, again, it's not 100% sure thing, but just whenever thunder roars, you want to go indoors here. Lightning can strike miles away from a parent storm. And then in terms of that hurricane season, Dolly would be the next name out there. We do have a couple of systems we're watching right now in terms of all that. You see some low chances of development there as we're looking at things. You're looking east of Florida there, east of the southeast there, but that's nothing to be concerned about. No, there's the area there closer towards Spain. So, as you can kind of see Madrid there. So, again, I'm just trying to keep you guys up to date on everything the best I can on this Friday evening. So, again, just trying to be mindful, but we're not too concerned there. We'll watch later on, as we get to the beginning of September, maybe stuff will start, kind of stirring up there a little bit as we look at the overall scenario. But right now, we're not too concerned nationally for tomorrow here. You can see a general thunderstorm risk closer to home, but then as we broaden out, marginal risk is severe from Kentucky up to West Virginia, Ohio, western New York, western Pennsylvania there if you're traveling. You can see parts of Arkansas there, Missouri, and Oklahoma, Texas, Louisiana, also a 1 out of 5 risk, even a couple other risks further on out there in the overall timeline. And then those national temperatures here as we're looking at things. I know you can see toward the Dallas area right now, 97, 110 toward Phoenix there, 102 toward Boise as we're looking at the overall mapping. So definitely we have some hot conditions here toward different parts of the country. So again, just trying to update the very best I can here as we're looking at the overall scenario. You can kind of see here, toward the east. Some of these spots are a little cooler. That's nice to see around Charlotte. Maybe, it's not quite, we're not quite fall here, but some of this is just the overall pattern here. It's not going to last, long, but starting to see temperatures that look like a little taste of fall. We're not quite there yet, though, as we look at the overall meteorological scenario. But as we get toward that futurecast here, you can kind of see 6 p.m., the overall situation. This is not doing a good job, I don't think. I mean, this is the HRRR, and I mean, this is why I didn't post it by itself. Tomorrow you see maybe more storm action on the board here. Some strong from severe there maybe as we're looking towards some of our northern zones. And then as we look there, percent of normal, you can see some of these different spots here. You can see over 100% of normal here over the last 30 days towards some of our different zones here. We need more rain, though, in some spots because we're still down for the overall, period going back over last year. For instance, this drought monitor kind of tells that story. You can kind of see here towards Stark, towards Lake City, extreme drought situation, as we're watching the overall picture and just kind of looking at everything here. You can kind of see it's, better in a lot of other spots, but we still need to catch up. Granted, we got a little bit more earlier in the week toward Union County, especially, so we're not quite as far behind as what this maybe would show because they put it out yesterday, but the data only end toward that Tuesday period. So, again, I'm just trying to be very mindful here of everything on this finally Friday. I just appreciate everybody tuning on interest to me. If anybody wants to comment in, maybe where they're watching from, something like that, I'll give you a shout out here on this Friday as we're looking at the overall scenario. I know we already had, folks there watching earlier on here. We've been talking about here like Fire Larry trains, wondering about Bainbridge. Maybe we're going to have some storms here just the next little bit. It looks like Top Cat there watching, as well as Jason Peter Royal Adventure watching, and they're next tuning in there too. And then Thomas watching from the Southern Illinois / St. Louis metro area there, watching our North Florida, South Georgia coverage, from up there. But as we go ahead and just look here now toward the almanac picture, right closer to average today. So again, we didn't get as hot as we could have here today, but still not fun. But sitting right at average, we'll take it here considering what we've been seeing lately. Not at least it wasn't a 99. Tallahassee, though, a little above average there. Not quite to the record, though, set back in 1968 as we're watching the overall situation, and the sunset's still a couple hours away. So let's go ahead and go to analysis mode here. I know we have that warning just to the north of the area there, just north of Clinton County, just west of Ware County right now. As we're updating the very best we can. I know you see some stuff here downstate with some warnings here. I know we don't have the radar correct on that. I'll go to the other radar mode, but you can see downstate some yellow boxes. You see some warnings to the north here, on and off in different spots. We'll loop this over the past hour or so. Just watching the overall meteorological progression with things. I know. I'll go back a couple hours with this, in fact. Just kind of look at this here overall. You can see this, everything kind of evolving there. Just trying to keep you informed, I know. I'm just trying to be vigilant here with everything. We have this one warning here just in the north of the area right now. We're going to watch the trends with that for Ware County. And then we'll go ahead now, though. We're back into the foremost show elements now. And again, Tallahassee's almanac here for today. You can see getting to 96 there as we're looking at things. Again, just 3 degrees off that record high. And then as we get into the night, though, still that chance of Saturday and thunderstorms. Maybe even at 9 and 11, some of our spots indoor Georgia could have it. I didn't go with the football forecast because it's too, the models just aren't. There's not enough confidence here for a certain spot on that, one way or the other. Just I would say if you're headed out to a game, bring a poncho with you. Be prepared for lightning delays. Hopefully nothing like that happens, but we just got to be prepared here. Some spots probably will have a lightning delay. Some spots, I won't be lucky. Some spots will be lucky there. As we're looking in tomorrow morning there, you see 73 toward the Stark area overall. So a little bit better, not by much. And you see some of our spots that are traditionally a little more muggy. Cedar Key at 80 there. You see some of our coast areas over here to the east, a little bit warmer as well by a degree or two with the influence of the Atlantic. So that's kind of the storyline with all that. As we show you, though, now information with another futurecast. This is the Baron 3K, and we'll go ahead and zoom it on in here a little bit toward our area. You can kind of see it so stuff painting around here. We have the boundary in place, stirring stuff up tomorrow as well. But on Sunday, we'll see some of that. I mean, you know, it's still kind of iffy there a little bit, and that started to ramp it up a little. Monday looks a little bit better there, but, you know, again, we're not going to have a formal show on Monday. Going to be off on Monday here. I'm kind of wore out, to be completely honest here. I've just been on so much here lately, trying to give you guys the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. So we'll be on if there's any severe weather, but our next one will 5:30, so we'll be back on Tuesday with that here as we give you guys the very latest. And then toward the high temperatures there on Saturday, you can see 95 there towards Stark. You know, that's the overall storyline. 96 there toward Palm Coast and toward parts of Flagler County there. Of course, you know, no show on Monday, but I'll be posting on like Facebook if we don't have to go on, you know, some type of graphic, and on Twitter on Monday there as well, the X platform. But, you know, I might have to jump in for a cut-in or two. We'll you know, hope not, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. Definitely a little bit better chance of that tomorrow as we're kind of looking, as we put into the futurecast for the heat index now on the screen. You see still getting pretty oppressive, but not quite as bad there as we're looking at things as we get in towards Sunday here. You know, you could kind of see that things do fall off later on in the timeline, and then you know, that's what you want to see. But it's, you know, that's how it always is pretty much, you know, in terms of the, you know, day-night pattern. But just don't forget, anyone in a hot car, everyone operates on autopilot. Once in a while, have a plan, place a bag or the item there in the back seat to remind you of passengers after you park. I'll place the stuffed animal in the front seat as a reminder to check for passengers, and consider additional methods such as phone alarms, partner buddy check-ins, or a built-in car reminder system. But as we go ahead and look there at temperature outlook here, you know, we see above average, well above average into September. Granted, you know, the averages do drop some, so that could help us some. But now here's that 7-day forecast. As we're kind of looking here, we have that Saturday, again, higher rain chance on that Saturday here. As we're kind of looking at things, you know, toward that Saturday, we're just watching things, you know, at 60%. But on that Sunday, a little bit less, down at 30%. Monday's at 20%. So that's a better picture. But then it starts picking back up there Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. In fact, I'll just take me off the camera. I know this is a, you know, well, we'll just, you know what we'll do. We'll just show you the coverage map for a second. Just, you know, this is what we're looking at in terms of where the 38 counties, you know, I'm talking about here with the forecast. And then we'll go ahead and see that 7-day, just kind of put that on the screen for everybody, you know, full, so you guys can see that there real quick with the overall scenario. I know looking up toward North Carolina, there's a tornado warning right now up there, and then we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in southeast Alabama near the Headland community west of our area, but it's moving east at 20, so I have to see if that eventually works its way south and east. You guys have a warning now for Houston and Early counties, which is just bordering, you know, not far off of our area there of Decatur. So we'll have to watch the trends. Again, we have a storm west of Waycross there as well, as we're looking at things overall with the overall meteorological pattern. I mean, I'm talking about all these different zones here. You know, I'm talking about all these different zones. As you see, our rain chances go back up next week some. So we'll just be kind of watching. It's still going to be pretty warm, you know, not quite. You know, maybe not quite as hot with some of the values at points, but this is not going to be much of a cool down. It's just, you know, maybe not quite as bad as it's been some of these days here. Some of them will still be pretty bad in terms of, you know, getting on up there with the thermometer. But again, looking there at the coverage area, just watching things the best I can for our 38 counties here. We'll be on, if we get any severe thunderstorm warnings here toward our different zones as we're looking at things. You know, through the evening. Let me see if there's any more questions, comments here. Just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me here on this finally Friday. Just trying to give you guys the very latest. I see a viewer from the Low Country watching, South Carolina. Appreciate you tuning on in as we're looking at the overall meteorological picture. Just appreciate all the viewership here on this Friday evening, and I'll go ahead and come back here with the Doppler on camera. Let's kind of see what's going on right now at 6:08 p.m. I know we do have this warning just bordering our area here. It is set to expire at 6:15, so the Weather Service is going to have a decision to make. Let me see. They haven't made it yet because we still have the warning on the other board here. They haven't sent out the expiration. They canceled Coffee, but they're keeping Atkinson there as we're looking at that. And then I know it's pretty active just in some other realms here on the Doppler. You can see a severe thunderstorm watch there in play as we're looking off toward the west. As we look there in toward the evening hours. So, heat advisory still for some different spots, but, still have them out towards some of our counties this evening here as well. But, severe thunderstorm watch to the north, tornado warning to the north, well to the north there towards like North Carolina. So, seeing that it's a little, late for some of this, but we've been so hot here towards some of our different spots, in terms of the calendar. We should start being, in a better spot here, switching around here as we're looking meteorologically, but again, looking here at the picture, looking at the overall situation. We're just going to look here west of Waycross right now toward the Pearson area. Just trying to keep you informed. I know, let me just just any more new information to kind of get to here on this Friday. Just trying to be here for you the best I can. Just trying to update you the very best I can. Again, see around the Pearson area there, some wind enhancement. That didn't look as impressive as it did in general. But we'll continue to watch the trends for Ware County especially. This stuff here we'll have to look at. I know, Bainbridge area there. This is taking its time. It said 6 to 6:30. Well, seems like things are kind of edging off a little bit more here. You have a boundary involved. I mean, it looks like we're starting to get some of this to edge down here with some formations. So, we have a warning northwest of the area there. Early County at 6:45. We have Miller till 6:30. What I'm probably going to do here, the high school football games and stuff going on, I think I'm just going to leave. I don't normally do it like this because, our viewers there want to see that forecast, as we're kind of looking at things maybe, just kind of on Facebook there in terms of the ended stream, and they can watch it back. Also, I want to one more time over here, just the overall look at things here, as we're kind of watching things. Those rain chances are going down some as we look here, but then they're going to start coming back up for our 38 counties here as we give you guys the very latest. So, I know we're trying to be very mindful here. There's a 7-day going out in the next week. Just trying to be very mindful of things here. Just trying to watch things the best I can. So, we appreciate the viewership here on this Friday evening. What we're going to do, we're going to take a quick 60-second break here to see if we have some new information on things. We'll go ahead and kind of see if they extend this warning or not. We'll be back in 60 seconds on Clouds Weather's coverage, but hopefully it'll be, if we don't have any warnings here, if that warning, just that side of the area doesn't get extended into Ware, we'll just go to our radar stream here past about 6:15 or so. But I'll come back here in just a moment with another update here on Cloud Weather. So stick with me here as I continue to give you guys the very latest information. In the last half decade or so, our area and the region have been through a lot. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I was there around 4 p.m. to document them. Life-threatening situation here. So, again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power flash. Another power flash. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see a spin-up tornadoes, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely rule out a quick spin-up tornado, so things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry bear the brunt of this, coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's why we got to get you guys out. You got to run from that water. You got to evacuate. You got to follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is. When hazardous weather threatens, trust clouds weather. Back here in the Weather Center now, looking at that Doppler at 6:13 p.m. on this Friday evening. We still haven't seen if they're going to extend that warning yet in South Georgia. It still is going for Atkinson County. If it gets into, Ware County there, that'd be our area. So we have to be very mindful of that here over the next few moments because our area starts right into Ward here as we're kind of looking at the overall meteorology. Our area starts there, so, do we need to continue coverage or if we're just going to continue with the radar stream? I'll kind of decide there in the next few moments. So, obviously, if we get a warning, we're going to have to continue coverage, but if not, it's just going to continue the radar stream in case we have to cut back in or just to give you guys the radar for some of those high school football games here as we look through the evening. I know we'll break in as needed tonight, tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, but our next full update will be on Tuesday there instead of Monday. Again, not going to have a full update on Monday here. Just been so busy. I mean, we here over the last bit. But, if I've got to be on here, I'll be on here for you to give you guys the very latest here on the overall situation. So, again, just trying to update the very best I can. Trying to be very mindful here. Just waiting the decision there from the Weather Service to see what they're going to do. So, again, we do have the overall action here to the north. There's a bunch of warnings up here. Savannah area is going to have some concern this evening for high school football for sure. I mean, that's not looking good up there. But as we look down here, you can kind of see it's a little bit more, we're on the edge here per se. So you can kind of see here some stuff popping here and there. Just one lightning strike, you got to be taking precautions here with the high school football. So that's something to be bearing in mind. That's why you want to get a cloud of the app. When thunder roars, go indoors. Lightning can strike miles away from apparent storms. So you just got to keep that in mind here. And I know you see all these warnings up north, but we'll have to see if any more get put in here. But we'll be back on if we need to be. We might even just have to break in if there's some lightning delays, for the Jaguar game for sure. And depending on, if it's like Bradford High School delayed, we'll break back in, I'm sure, as well for that. But otherwise, we may just let the radar stream kind of carry it here in the hours to come. It's going to be on the same stream as the way I'm going to do that. So we can cut back in if we need to. Assuming, we, do have some more warnings, we'll be breaking back in. Or if we have delay here in Bradford County or, or something there toward the Jaguars preseason game, we'll be back on. But, the lightning tracker will help you out, seeing if there's lightning within your area. You have the app anyway, but they've kind of gone with an advisory here till 7. You have clutter.com/radar for interactive look at things here too. But advisory, so just one level below a warning here as we're looking into toward South Georgia. So again, we're going to watch the trends here. I'll be back on if it is necessary. Let me just see if there's any more questions, comments. Appreciate everybody tuning in. I know just different folks watching. Just appreciate everybody tuning on and trusting me on this Friday evening here as we're, looking through everything. Just appreciate all the viewership here on this Friday evening. But we don't have any warnings here right now. We didn't have a warning, but we were talking through it, just in case we got that extended into our area. But right now they're going to an advisory. We do have this here warning here till 6:45 as we look for areas just northwest of our area, and that could get an indicator. We're back on if that happens, but otherwise I'll just leave the radar running here as the situation does evolve. So that's kind of the storyline right now. I'll leave the radar running here. If I need to pop back in, I'll be here with you. I'll be here with you to give you guys the very latest here on the overall situation. So for now, meteorologist Casey Cloud, enjoy the evening. Stay safe. Some high school football games, some of the action will just be fine out there, but some spots will have issues. And we'll be back on if we need to be. But this will give you that lightning, tracker here I'll go ahead and tilt it some, I think. I know I may have to tilt it back because we don't have our county lines like this. But, I wish we could just kind of keep it to our county lines here and the lighting counter, but it doesn't really work because we're trying to look at stuff north and south. So we'll go back to the home view and kind of adjust from there as we look at the overall situation. So you guys can keep an eye on the radar. I'll loop it here. Let's do a 1 hour loop, 5 minute intervals there. We'll do a 2 second draw time here as we're all looking at the overall pattern. So just appreciate everybody tuning on in here. I appreciate everybody trusting me on this Friday evening. Really appreciate the viewership. Gonna leave this running probably through the evening here unless things really just, completely fade away on the radar. So we'll leave the radar running here so you guys can get an idea of what's going on meteorologically as we look. And, if I need to pop back in, I'll be back on here. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. I'll keep you guys up to date as we watch the overall meteorological progression. Just enjoy the evening. Enjoy things the best you can here as we look at the overall situation. So I just appreciate all of you. It looks like we still have 9 watching right now. Just enjoy things out there the best you can. This is a Clouds weather alert. Meteorologist Casey Cloud coming in the air on this Friday night right now. We've had a radar stream going for multiple hours since or so in the 6 o'clock hour, and since we wrapped it up at about 6:15 or so. But unfortunately, now we're seeing some lightning toward, Jacksonville, within about 5 miles of where the Jaguars preseason game is going. Granted, there's at a 2-minute warning, but it's within about 5 miles here. We've just seen a strike here on the Doppler in the last few minutes, and we've already had quite a few high school games there being impacted by the weather. I know it's Southeast Georgia. One of them even, that I know of. I mean, there's way more than, I can keep up with that, but at least one being, delayed. The finish of it into tomorrow now. So just a situation here, though, where the weather has had a role, unfortunately, impacting some of the area games on the high school level. Not yet for the Jags game, but it's a scenario that we're monitoring very carefully here with the meteorology because it's at a 2-minute warning. It's a very tricky situation because we just had this storm develop rapidly out ahead of some of the other acts. And if nothing else, it's going to impact people, in the post game / headed home here from the game. The few fans that are left, I mean, most folks already leaving a preseason game here this late with the Jags down by a wide margin. But again, just watching things here as we look toward Duval County. We said we would break in if we had some issues there, and hopefully they can get this last 2 minutes in or, do something to kind of handle that where, it's not something that really just holds things up for hours or something, or even, just an hour or something along those lines here as we're looking. Because if you get a strike here, in theory, it could be a 30-minute delay, and then you got to wait, and then if you keep having strikes, then you got to keep resetting the clock. I know, I think it was Carolina, it may have been last year where we had that delay in the actual regular season game there, the first one of the year. This is the preseason. They're playing them tonight. And it's a scenario where we're not, as of a moment ago, they're not in a delay. I'm keeping an eye on the game very carefully here in the Weather Center to see if they delay this. But again, about 5 miles away, we've had a strike here from Everbank Stadium. So in theory, 6 miles is really about the smallest range that I know of in terms of if it's within that, they're going to be delaying things. I mean, some, 8 miles range delay, some maybe a 10-mile range. We're within 5 miles of the lightning strike here. So granted, is it cloud to cloud to ground? We're not 100% sure, but, nonetheless here is a situation where we got to be very mindful. We just had another strike now. This is within the last few moments here, and it's about 5 miles away. It doesn't really matter. Okay, they have delayed it now. They have delayed it. Okay, getting word now. Due to severe weather in the area, people are being told now to move to the protected area. So with 2 minutes left, the game has now been delayed there in Jacksonville with Carolina up 34-17. The wind appears to be picking up there in toward the area at the stadium based on information that I'm receiving here in the Weather Center. So again, the game has been delayed to that 2-minute mark now, trying to give you guys the latest. I gave you the heads up on that a few minutes early. Unfortunately, this developed out ahead of the main area. We had a boundary get involved here. You got to wonder if they'll just, call it here at the 2-minute mark. It made the most sense since it's just the preseason. But we're trying to figure out, the latest details on this, unfortunately, developing out ahead of the main complex because that main complex was taking its time getting there. But you see, this was a very, last-minute thing here in that things have come together in the overall meteorological pattern toward Everbank Stadium. So, again, we now have a delay there with the game with 2 minutes left in Jacksonville. The Jags down 34-17. If you're just tuning in now, maybe you're hearing about the delay coming on the stream. I'm meteorologist Casey Cloud here. We're seeing a lightning delay with the Jacksonville Jaguars game. They're playing the Carolina Panthers. There's now, as we kind of look here, even we have an advisory now until 11 p.m. just coming in, a strong thunderstorm situation. So let me go ahead and look at some of the information that we're getting in here in terms of some of the different elements here meteorologically. We're going to go ahead and read off the special weather statement. So let me go ahead and get that here in the Weather Center. I thought we were going to get out of this without having to break in tonight. We were down to the final 2 minutes, and then we had the high school games, but Bradford didn't have any issues with the weather. They won 65-0 there against Ocala Westport. They did a great job for Bradford, my high school alma mater, there in the Ward Stark area. I could hear those fireworks going off throughout the evening from the Weather Center, all the way, good little ways away here a few miles away from where I'm at. So just, that's so exciting there for Bradford getting that victory. But it's a situation, some other high school games, not so lucky. And now that Jaguar game, not so lucky in toward Duval County. Again, we have a lightning delay now, that 2-minute mark. So at 10:30, Doppler radars tracking strong thunderstorms along a line extending from Amelia City to near Arlington to Ortega. Movement was east at 20 miles an hour. Talking about wind gusts around 40 miles an hour. Jacksonville, Fernandina Beach, UNF, Arlington, Ponte Vedra Beach, Jacksonville Beach, Atlantic Beach, Neptune Beach, Bay Meadows, and Ortega, and also Everbank Stadium. Again, the game is in a delay right now. We're trying to get word on what they're going to do because there's only 2 minutes left. It's a preseason game, but the game is in a delay there as we're looking toward Duval County. So, again, we're trying to figure out, the latest details on all that here with the overall meteorological elements. So, again, just trying to figure things out here in terms of everything going on, with that situation. Again, down to that 2-minute benchmark there, and there is a delay. Okay, they have now called the game. The game has been called now, with the Panthers winning 34-17. The game has been called, so that is some, maybe not good news for Jaguar fans, but they weren't going to win. We weren't, our Jaguars weren't going to win anyway there. But the weather now coming on in, and the game has been called at that 2-minute mark. The Jags falling 34-17 to Carolina. So that's kind of the storyline there. Again, the preseason and the weather having an impact there, resulting in this being called at the 2-minute mark. So just looking through all the different data points here. So we won't stay on too much longer then. Just, fans obviously being impacted here. Fans being impacted by this. They're in toward Duval County, no doubt, as they leave the stadium, the ones that, hunt around, because the heavy rain is about to be there, and just, maybe one radar scan as we kind of back this on up. It's coming in quick because it's developed out ahead of the main area that fell apart. That's been causing some issues here throughout the evening with some high school football, but now right here getting on that boundary there, the development right in the metro. It's not severe. As we look at the wind energy in this, we wouldn't generally be on for this, but so many outdoor events tonight, wind gusts 30, 40 miles an hour maybe, but this is how, things go sometimes, the overall pattern. Things just come together with the weather as we're looking toward Duval County there or other spots in the viewing circle. So the game, has been called there. The Jags losing 34-17, but, that delay turned into just a game there being called just a little bit early, 58 minutes being played instead of 60 minutes there at the game in Jacksonville at Everbank Stadium. So what we're going to do here, let me just see if there's any questions or comments real quick, and then we're going to kind of, decide how to handle this. I think we'll go ahead and just leave the stream running a little longer to like 11, just so people can, kind of find their way, based on what the radar is showing for the area. After the game, people headed home trying to see where the heaviest rainfall is. And this applies to some high school games as well. I mean, we can't keep track of all the high school games. There may still be some of those going on. So we'll run this to about 11, and I think that'd be a good time to cut it here, our live stream. But we'll run it to about 11 o'clock. So that's kind of the storyline for now. I don't think I need to keep talking since it's not a warning, but, delayed and now turned into a game ending with, 2 minutes left in the fourth quarter being, called with Carolina winning there 34-17 in the preseason. So that's to do it for now, but we'll leave this running a little bit longer here as we look at the overall situation. Again, we'll leave this here, running as we look here toward the different zones. Have that boundary coming here toward start. That could give us some gusty winds. We'll have to see if that, somehow can get something going here. It's still 78 degrees here east of Stark, but that boundary will have a little bit of gusty wind action with it, at least making things a little breezier than they've been. So something to take note of here towards Stark as people maybe, cleaning up there after that Bradford victory 65-0 against Ocala Westport. So that was so exciting there for the Bradford High School Tornadoes. But as we go ahead and wrap it up. We're going to leave, the stream going, but wrapping up this cut in for now. We were not really expecting it to cut in. All of a sudden, that storm developing right there toward the stadium, and then being delayed, and then, being called at the 2-minute mark. Jacksonville losing to Carolina in the preseason, 34-17. But it's only the preseason for our Jaguars. So they'll get it turned around, I'm sure. Going to go ahead and leave this running. And that's to do it in terms of any more coverage, unless something really develops. Obviously, if we somehow get a warning, we'll be back on. But haven't had any warnings here in our area today. We've just been running this for all the football, acts in there in terms of making you guys aware of the lightning danger, and just, Doppler radar picture being pretty active here at Point. When people are outside, you don't want to see that. So just always got to remember, whenever thunder roars, go indoors, or at least, if in the worst case for high school games, just get in a vehicle or something. You'd rather get indoors, but away from the lightning. At least just don't be in the metal bleachers, really, is what I'm trying to say. Very important to keep in mind. This may not be, the only, weekend, so last Friday night we have to deal with this as we look ahead. It's still very warm, and we still could have this pattern here next Friday and just over the Fridays to come until things start to cool down a little bit more. And just hope, later on, when we have the calmer pattern, if we get a storm system to come through, it doesn't come through on a Friday night, a lot less, of a chance of that later on in the season, based on timing being, clear most of the week, and maybe something active for one part of one day in the week, and then being clear for the rest. We'll be in a lot better shape when we're looking at things from, that standpoint. So that's kind of the storyline for now. Again, we've been running the radar. We hadn't been on, since the 6 o'clock hour. We've been running it, and then we had the lightning impact, that Jacksonville game with 2 minutes left being called. Carolina winning there with that final score of 34-17. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to leave this running to about 11 o'clock, just in case, people want to see this, for those maybe leaving that game, or just, different areas here with the high school football being impacted, maybe leaving things a little bit late. Just, some games maybe still going, don't have tabs on all of them in 38 counties here, but going to leave this running about 11 o'clock, and then after that you can watch this continuing on the Cloud of the website there. Just the interactive radar is how you'll be able to keep watching radar. Then you'll still be able to watch the interactive radar, and you can watch that in the Cloud Weather mobile app as well. There, Cloud Weather, mobile app available in the Google Play Store, and the Apple App Store is listed as KC Cloud Weather, so make sure you download that today. If you have any photos here, weather photos, make sure you send them to me in that mobile app. For now, enjoy the rest of your evening. Stay safe. Just enjoy things the best you can.